And there we go. And the microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Welcome, all of you wonderful people. Glad to have you all on board. And let's see, should I say a good evening, good day, good morning, good afternoon? I don't know. We've got people everywhere, so it's hard to say. But welcome all of you, and glad to have you on board. Of course, in Hawaii, it is just about 2 p.m. there, 4 minutes away from that. So that's what we're looking at on the screen. That is pretty cool and awesome. And I guess we will start the show in Hawaii. Although we did peek at Semaru during the preview there, and of course, hey, it's one of those things. It's been burping every 4 or 5 minutes or something like that, and little puffs coming up, and kind of makes you wonder. And Klaus says Guten Abend, Guten Abend, and that goes for Yvonne and the rest of the German people in here too. Guten Abend. Or Guten Morgen, if it's 12:57 a.m. 1 Uhr fast, just about 1 o'clock. And so, anyway, awesome, and glad to have you all here. First person in today was Sophie, and I don't know what Sophie did to Tom and Lizoid's computers there, but Lizoid crashed just before the stream for some reason. But Sophie got in here before Pepper or anyone else could hit those buttons. So Sophie gets the cookies, and that is awesome. Yes, good morning is better. Okay, Klaus, guten Morgen. And that's all good. And yeah, way to go, Sophie. So all good. And let's see. Henry says my Wi-Fi crashed. Blame Sophie. She did something. I think she had the big zapper out there, and she gave that surge down the internet line and frizzled everyone. Pepper was busy washing my face to be okay. Well, hell, at least Pepper has a reasonable excuse, Tom. That's awesome. Anyway, glad to have you all on board here, and let's say hi to everyone. We'll start out with Kevin Haynes and Big Toe, and of course we got Sophie already, and Grandma B is here. And our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel is here, and John Raper, and Juliet, and Big Toe. I'm wondering when Little Toe is going to show up. Tom, Dice, and Pepper are here as well. And Henry Nelson made it in even though his computer crashed, or his internet, or Wi-Fi, something crashed. All Sophie's fault. We'll blame Sophie. She's got the cookies, so she's all good. And Klaus is here. Welcome, Klaus. And Oz is back in the house. Welcome, Oz. Glad to have you in here, and nice to see you. And speaking of Oz, I was in contact with the Ronald McDonald House, and I'm actually going there tomorrow to give them that gift. So that is pretty cool. And apparently you have to make an appointment kind of thing for there, but it's set up, so that will happen. And so Leo, your gift that you passed along to us to give away to Leo got it, and of course that's where he wanted it to go, to some useful charity. And it will be going into what's called the Magic Room, which is really nice. And I'll see if I can, if I'm allowed to take some pictures there, hopefully. We'll see if we can do that, just so everybody is all okay with that. Anyway, let's keep going here. Killen also in the house. Juliet is here. Welcome. And let's see who else we got. We got John already. And still scrolling up here, looking for more. Sue Hayes is on board. Welcome back, Sue. And we got Big Toe. Still no Little Toe. Jan Arts is here. And let's see who else we've got here. Still scrolling up. Patriot Roydy also here. Welcome back. Glad to have you on board. And of course, Irish Monk is here. Welcome, Irish Monk. And yes, it's the end of the world. It's snowing in Doolin, Ireland. That is an unusual event. And make marks on the calendar. And that is something that will be remembered in years from now. So pretty awesome. And let's see who else we got here. Hermie and Schaefer and Fluffy are here as well. And let's see, scrolling up a little bit more, looking for others. And I don't see other names right now here. We got Killen, we got Hermie, and we got Sophie, we got John. All right, still scrolling, looking for more wonderful people. We got Jan Arts already. And let's see, Tom Dice we got, Pepper we got. Tom, I hope your face is clean now. Hope Pepper did a good job. Gabby is here as well. Welcome, Gabby. Glad to have you on board. And still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people. And let's see, Scott Hartman, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's see if we missed anyone else in here. Still scrolling up, looking for more and sneaky names that might have slid in. The Lizoid, of course, is on board. And I don't see anyone other than that for right now. And hopefully I've got everyone. If I missed you, I do apologize. Oh, Yona is here. And welcome, Yona from Iceland. Glad to have you on board. And nice to see you here. And let's see, we got Oz, okay, let's see, who else might be here, just rechecking the bottom area. I think we've got everyone, and hopefully that is good for now. Anyway, if I didn't say your name, I do apologize. I try to say hello to everyone as they come in, or well, as we see them. So hopefully Mars 2028 is here. Welcome, Mars, and I love the show. Good. I'm glad you do. She got it all of the crumbs out of my beard, Dr. Fox. 2009. Oh, I'm a 2009 now. I guess I'm updated a little bit. Thanks, Tom. That's pretty awesome. And let's see, okay, anyway, let's get on with it. That is real good. My barber is from Turkey. Oh, sorry to hear that, Irish. Your barber is from Turkey. Oh boy, that could be dangerous. I really don't know. Anyway, let's get this silly banner off the screen here, and we'll take a look and see what's happening. You notice right behind that lava, there seems to be an alligator sticking his head up, and I'm not sure what that's about, but he's right there. And that was over here yesterday. How did it move to over there? That's weird. Really odd. Really, seriously, it was out here yesterday, that little island, and now it's beside it. It must be floating around. That is pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, it looks pretty awesome there at the Kilauea's crater, and of course it continues to do what it's doing. We did have some interesting shots of where the crater, like you see the berm that it's kind of developed, and you see how rough it is now, and it's broken through a few times in various places. And of course, last night, very close to midnight actually, started just before midnight and continued on after midnight. It flooded this whole back area here, and that was a kind of a neat sight. And I did make a little video out of it, and we'll watch that real quick just so you guys can see what we've got going on there. And this is it right there, and you can see how it spread fairly quickly. Of course, it's a time lapse, so it'll show it fairly quick, but it was pretty awesome to be able to see that, and kind of neat. Not chatting, but I'm watching, so behave. Linda Schoof, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, that lava poured out quite a bit out in the back there. And of course, you know, that's the thing with when you have this thing building up. That rock must have lots of trapped volcanic gas bubbles trapped inside it. Yeah, I would think so. It's floating around. And you can see how close it is to the vent, of course. Which in this shot anyway, it looks pretty awesome. And of course it's going to get drawn towards that hot spot, right? But yeah, that lava kept on flowing out the back there, and of course it wants to really fill that area up and kind of keep the whole surface all level, because that's what Mother Nature does, tries to keep that liquid in a level state. But unfortunately, it's not working too well, because it keeps rebuilding those little dams all the way around it, and that is pretty cool and pretty awesome to see. Thank you, Irish Monk, for gifting that membership, and that is awesome. And Kirst Chaplin, I got it. Welcome, Kirst, if you're here, and congratulations. And I'm just going to write that down. Irish gifted one membership, and that is excellent. And Kirst was lucky to get that one. Excellent. And is Kirst in here? I don't know if she is. I didn't see her yet. Anyway, that was that video. So that looked pretty cool and awesome. And now if we look at the picture from earlier this morning, you couldn't even tell on that picture whether that happened, because it had all already kind of settled and gave up, the ghost, if you want to call it that. And I thought it was kind of neat to see that it would have repaired itself as quick as it did. And of course that should be back here in this area. You would have seen that outflow, but you don't see anything there right now. What I'm kind of interested in, and it's not so much this extra spot here, but what is interesting is how come we're getting so much smoke from this one, and this whole area here seems to be smoking really, really bad, and makes me wonder what's going on there, because there was nothing there previously. So maybe we will see our little vent here decide to move. It could migrate and go over there all of a sudden. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. A big question mark for what's going to happen here in the future. So pretty awesome to see that kind of stuff. Anyway, looking at the lava pond, it looks like it's filled itself back up, or pretty close to it again. And primary event over here, the old one, is smoking like the dickens. And of course the little what we call the hornito there, it was doing its thing as well. So kind of makes a guy wonder what is happening there in the crater. And of course it's going to continue to do this, and that's kind of what we've got going on. So I just figured I'd throw that in there. Anyway, this is back to the live shot. I did want to point out, no, not on that picture, but that picture is kind of nice. That was from 6:30 this morning. And actually in the back here, you can see some of those little spots. Actually, let's change that just a bit so we have a little bigger view. And there. You can see some of those leftover remnants in the back here from the earlier outflow. So that is pretty cool to see. Anyway, that was cool, but let's go over, this is the present shot, and you can see where the pond is, like the entirety of it right now. So pretty cool to be able to see that. And of course, in this picture, you still see all that smoke, and it does look like it had some lava here. You can kind of see that a rough area, so some lava did come up, and we'll see what happens in the future, if this vent will stop over here and if it moves or migrates to this point. It's going to be interesting. It's always fun to watch these things grow. The other shot, of course, from the thermal, you can see over there where that outflow was, and that is pretty cool. But on this shot, you're not seeing any new or fresh lava over in that area where we've got all that smoke. So I'm kind of going, what's going on, right? But if we refresh that, let's see if there's anything. Oh, they are testing me again. Let's see, can I make a donut? There, let's try that. Is that close? There's our donut. Yep, and yeah, we're still not seeing anything new. It's a little lighter there in that spot, but we're not seeing anything new. But we do see another outflow that happened in the backside here. So pretty cool. Now, if we look at this shot, and this is, of course, that camera B, you can see all kinds of spots here where the berm that it built has broken, right? So that's pretty interesting, as well as you can see that this is curving downward. So this is lower around the outside edges, and that is going to end up getting filled in if this thing gets full enough. We'll see the flow eventually fill a lot of it in, and this is definitely building up higher than the outside areas. Now, if this thing builds up enough wall in here, what we could see is it trying to build itself a little cone. Eventually, I don't know how long this thing's going to run, so it's always interesting to see. But you see that smoke in this shot as well, and this one was from 8 minutes after 12. Let's see what it looks like right now. There we go, and that is the present shot, and that is at 14:08. So pretty neat to see that, and hopefully we will see some of it fill up. And hopefully more lava will flow in different areas. Unfortunately, with the camera shot that they do have here of the live shot, it's a little tight, and I wish they would maybe zoom it out a little bit. But right now, it's not a big fountain at all, and it's quite hard to see anything. So very interesting. Looks like my stew. Sophie, if your stew is looking like that, no, never mind. I'm going to zip up. Lava bacon pie. Possibly. That would be interesting. But that's what we've got. And, of course, you still see some of those broken areas around that little berm it's built in the back here and on the sides. So we'll see more of those outflows as the level builds up again. And, it's going to be a rinse and repeat kind of thing with this scenario in here. As it builds up, pours out, and then it'll drop the level back down. It'll solidify on the broken spots, rebuild itself in a way as the levels go up and down a bit, and then keep doing that. So depending on how long it runs, it could fill that crater up in a few years. I know, it's a long time to wait. Anyway, that's about it for what we see there at Kilauea right now. And that is actually a pretty awesome to be able to see crusty. Yep, that is a really a good definition, John. It is crusty, and what if you eat that? Yeah, I wouldn't eat that stew either. A little on the crunchy side. They have to move over to Ragnar now. The magma is still at 400 meters there and solidified. Yeah, well, that's the problem, Yvonne. It's now we need more pressure and more magma to make it go, and that makes me so disappointed. It's become a big rock underneath there, and I wish it would change. Anyway, let's take a quick peek back over to our Semeru and see what's going on there. I'm going to take the banner off of that one as well. I was watching a bunch of rock falls in here earlier, and it looked pretty neat to be able to see that, so it was pretty cool. But we do see a lot of activity from Semeru right now, and it seems to do this every once in a while. Like even a couple of minutes ago here, it was puffing again. So let's see if we can back up just a tad bit here. Actually, let's back up a whole bunch, and we'll show you what it was doing earlier while we're here, and then we'll go over to Iceland and take a look. So some of the shots weren't too bad. We were seeing the bacon coming down the hill, which wasn't bad looking, and at times it did increase quite a bit. I'm just trying to find the right spot here. Yeah, that's about here where we've seen it, and let's see if we can make that go ahead a little bit and push it forward, and you'll see the increase in brightness and the shot out of there. There you go. That is a little bit of eruptive bacon, and that was pretty awesome to be able to see that plume out of there. And welcome, Leo Carlson. Glad to have you on board. And there goes the bacon flow, and that is pretty cool to see it coming down the hill like that. So I thought it was kind of neat when I was watching that, and I thought, should I make a video of it or just show you guys or whatever? But it is all cool. So we do like seeing the larger flows that come out of there. The little stuff isn't so exciting, but the larger stuff is, and I like watching it. So pretty cool. Yeah, that helps you get that bacon fix for today, I hope. And that is some nice looking lava coming down there. Wouldn't have wanted to be up there when it did that, though. It's a little bit on the heavy duty side. As far as the blast that came out of there. I missed the super chat. Your super chat. Did I miss it? Oh no. There it is. Dr. Fox watched the dodgy spares Irish selling. Is Irish selling stuff again? Piggy. Thank you for that wonderful super chat, and I do appreciate it. Sorry for missing that, and thank you very kindly for that. And watch the dodgy spares Irish. Irish, are you selling those 1964 tires, the old used white walls? I hope that's not what you're doing. That's not good for the car. You were busy. Okay. Thanks, Piggy. I appreciate that. Anyway, yeah, I never heard. Never heard you, Sharon Stewart. Sharon Stewart, we still haven't heard you, even though you keep saying I hear you. uh, okay, never mind. I'm being silly. All right, let's see if we had a little bit more bacon. We did. I just want to move it ahead a little bit, and we'll see what we can spot there. This was, I believe, another one of the extra blasts that sort of came out, and it was pretty cool looking, and it wasn't quite as big as the last one, but it definitely had a little bit more bacon to it. So nice view, and of course flowing out like that is always nice. Let's see, there should be some more coming here in a second, as it kind of takes a breath and throws more lava out. And I thought there was a little bit more of a plume though. And of course the camera is trying to focus in on all that weird color. There it is. That's what I was looking for. It throws out a little bit more of that lava. And that's pretty cool. Irish, I only sell serviceable joints. Uh-oh. Yeah, serviceable joints. You mean you gotta put pig grease on the joints to be able to get them to move again? Is that what you're saying? Irish. Hi, Sharon Stewart, Dr. Fox. I just said slide in the back for a slid in the back for pizza and cookies, and you were showing real lava bacon. Woo. Okay, got it. So that is pretty cool. Anyway, that was a little bit more of that bacon coming down the hill, and of course that's what we'd like to see on this show. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's leave Semaru. We'll peek back at it later and see what it is up to. Of course, it is a daytime now there, and that's kind of what it looks like right now. And we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. And we're going to go over to Iceland and see what Iceland is doing for us. So let's try that, and we'll get in there if we can. If I can fix these up real quick. And ooh, that camera's out of focus. All right, over to Iceland we go. So here we are in Reykjavik, the wonderful capital city of Iceland, and we are on top of the Perlid Center, the land where the bunnies roam. And anyway, I hope that bunny is still doing his thing there in the woods, and that would be pretty awesome. Hope he found a friend or two. That would be really nice. And let's take a look about, I don't know, let's go 9 hours back and we'll see what it looked like there. Hey, Duchess of Elements, welcome. Good to have you on board. And Duchess has entered the building. Hello, everybody. Aloha, Dr. Fox. Thank you and welcome. And there we go. We see the mountains in the back. They've got some clouds on top of them, but we do see some blue sky up in the top. Looks not too bad there for the day, and that is a pretty nice shot. So kind of scenic looking. I like that. Let's move over a little bit and put it back to its normal time, and we'll get this one on. And of course we see the blue and green beacon going by saying, don't fly into me, I'm the Perlin Center, I'm important. And of course that is the airport just out there, the regional airport. And we'll back up about 9.5 hours and see what that looked like. And there we go, and you can see what's going on there. So looked like they did have a fairly nice day, a few clouds and so on, but nothing too wild. We'll carry on with that, put it back to a normal Next shot, of course, is that of Katla. And again, 9.5 hours back, a real quick peek. And let's get it going. There we go. Very nice scene there as well. The shadows are getting shorter, which is really nice to see. And the snow mound still looks like it is pretty solid. Hasn't melted a bit, and probably added a little bit more snow over the last couple of days or something. I don't think it was snowing that much. Was at 300 meters, but the tremor at Meridalier, at Siggy, DrFox, a little more to the south, and we would have had magma in Ragnar as well. What? Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Was it 300 meters? When was that? That was when Siggy Fisher, yeah, popped. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice. But the tremor was, yeah, Meridalier at Siggy. Darn it! I want stuff going over to Ragnar. I want to see Ragnar reignite. That we would really like to see that. Just Icelandic released his prediction for the year today. He expects 2 or 3 eruptions in Iceland this year. Do you think this makes sense? Mars 2028, that is possible. I don't know if we can predict it. Thank you, Tom, for the 4-minute warning. And yeah, it is possible. I would kind of maybe think around the 2 mark, but I don't know if we're going to see 2 or 3. But if volcanoes are so darn unpredictable, we may not even get 1. Okay, just to be on the cautious side here. Or we could get 5. And I know that could be outrageous, but you never know what could happen. Anyway, let's. That is a pretty good looking shot of Katla there. And Katla has had a bunch of quakes, and that is something that I kind of noticed. Anyway, this camera is really fuzzy, so I don't know if you can see the 2 towers there, the lights of Grindavik and the lights of the power plant. Let's see if it was fuzzy earlier on today. I think it was clear. We can probably see what it was 9 hours ago. And yes, it was relatively clear. And of course, you can see the steam geysers right in here. And of course, over here by the power plant, they're harnessing that steam for creating geothermal power, electricity for the good folks of Iceland. And this one is pluming off a little bit more as well today. Don't see any cars down here today, but that's okay. Looks like there's a little bit more snow. You can see those tracks. And that's kind of it for right there. We're looking pretty close to the break here, so I think what we'll do is we will hand this back over to, I don't know, where shall we go? We'll go to Semaru. Yeah, we'll take a look at Semaru. How come we got the dusty clouds there? Ooh, they zoomed in. Wow. Let's see what we've got. DrFox, if you're lucky, you'll witness 1 or 2 eruptions in Iceland this year. Well, I would like to see at least 1, Yvonne. That would be really nice. Ice canned? Yeah, okay, no, Iceland. Typo, I can understand that. That darn K is too close to the L. And that would be cool. Hey, Judy, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And yeah, I'd like to see 1. I'm pretty sure we're going to have at least 1 in Iceland. Not necessarily Katla, but Katla is a very good contender for the eruption. So we'll take a look at our harmonic tremor charts and that stuff after the break. I don't know. I think I'm going to put it back over to there for right now in Hawaii, and we'll leave it on there. and we'll fix the other stuff up here so I can work on my stuff properly and not overload the computer. And I find if I take the other screens that I'm using, if I take them back down to a smaller size, the computer is a little bit happier with me. So I will keep doing that. Anyway, let's leave it here for right now. I'll throw some music on for those good people who are here. If you're enjoying the show, please hit that like button if you haven't done that already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting on the outside, please think about getting that subscribe button a quick shot. And don't forget to hit the wonderful bell notification so you know when we're on. On that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We have a bunny eating, and I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes or 7. Don't go away, keep smiling, and play nice in the lava. I'll be back soon. Thanks. there we go. A microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are welcomed back. Hang on, what am I doing? I'm trying to read what Piggy is saying. Welcome back, Mr. Dr. Fox Esquire. Thank you, Piggy. And thank you, Sue and Leo and Mars and John and Duchess of Elements. Would be nice to see a big fountain. Actually, I was just going to comment on that right away here. If you look at that alligator rock, is more visible. And thank you, Sophie and Kevin, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart and Scott Hartman, and welcome Arizona Snowman, and oink oink to you, and glad to have you on board. Anyway, yeah, what I was looking at, was right in here. You can really see the edges of this, and that fountain looks like it's higher than, than it was before. So I don't know what's going on here. We seen that there was some lava kind of flipping over here, and is still seeing some right in this bottom left side here. But definitely looks like it is bubbling up a little bit more than what it was just a few minutes ago. So very interesting, and I bet you it had another breakout of some sort and spilled, and you can actually see it on the back wall as well. The level looks lower in this whole area, and that may have been what happened, as we may have had a breakout over at this end somewhere. I'm just going to try to see if we can see that on the thermal cam, and of course I got to refresh that guy. Let's hit the refresh button. Oh, they're testing me again. Oh, they want a triangle this time. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, close. Let's see if they accept. There we go. And I don't know. Does it look like it had a breakout? Possibly from the last picture to this one. It looks like it is a little bit bigger over on this side. So we did have an overflow. And that is what happened there. So that is really cool, and we'll see what we see from the B camera here. Let's redo that one, see if it looks any different. No, that one is still maybe in the next shot. I want to see if we can see something over here. It may have overflowed right in here a little bit, but I can't really tell right now. Maybe on the next photo. Anyway, let's go over back to Iceland, but we're looking at the harmonic tremor charts, and this is of course what we were seeing there today. And let me get in and refresh that guy, and we will see where it has gone. So one of the things I noticed is a lot of little spikes in here, and then we do see a bigger one right there. This is a very recent, and I didn't see that earlier. So something is happening there in our area, and Fragadalfjeld, of course. So we'll take a look. I know the Grindavik chart still wasn't working. We haven't been able to get Alex France to get over there and kick that thing. Well, let's see what happens. Anyway, that looks pretty awesome. Upward trend, we always like those. And let's go take a look at, if we can't see it at Grindavik, maybe we can see something on the way there. Quick peek at Grimsey, and there's Grimsey. We do see a big spike in Grimsey, but that's on the northern end. It's also on the upswing for the most part here, but they may have had a quake fairly close to Grimsey Island. We'll take a look there in a bit. And oh yes, Arizona Snowman, would you kindly do your thing? And anyway, we do see the trouble there. And let's get over here and do our thing. Never mind. I took care of it. Goodbye, Dan. Well, we don't need you here. Anyway, that took care of that problem. All right. So, okay, I guess Arizona must have been busy at the time. Anyway, that is okay. We see what is happening there as well at Krusevik. And that is pretty normal to see something going on in the area. Leo is going. Good night, Leo. Take care and all the best. And we will see what happens. Yes, you're most welcome, and that is okay. We are here to make sure things are taken care of. The monkus said if I go to Iceland again, she will stop talking to me. Uh-oh. Well, Irish, I don't know how to handle that one. But anyway, looking at the chart for Krusevik, we see that one is also on the rise. So that kind of makes me wonder if we've got something directly in the area. But we'll see what we've got. And anyway, we'll go have a look at the earthquakes, and we'll see what's happening over there. So let's zoom this back up to our wonderful Fragedalfjall, and we'll see what we can find on the earthquakes. And there we go. Got that there. Okay, so that is all cool, and pop that over to the next set of interesting things that we've got going on. 27 earthquakes for today, showing there at Iceland. And I need to get on the right map. Where's my map? Oh, it's way down here. Okay, I did find it, no problem. And we'll get our picture back on the screen. There we go. So looking down here, we don't see anything off the coast. We see very little activity in the Reykjanes Peninsula area. We do have a 0.43 from 6:29 a.m. 5.1 kilometers down. That might have been our little spike because of where it's located. And that is not too far away from Krusevik, but it's also not that far away from Fragedalfjall. And of course, that is our wonderful Ragnar right there, and the Siggy Fisher. And just want to reiterate, this is the area that we are really interested in. Of course, this outline here, because that is the Fragedalfjall system. And that is what we want to be seeing erupt. We may see this one erupt, though, Krusevik. I prefer this one. It's a little further away from Reykjavik, and that is probably a little safer. Although we could see something happen underneath that lake. We do know that this area here has a bunch of hot pools and geyser-style pools as well. So those are things to keep in mind. And this next quake here is from 1419, 0.96, 5.3 kilometers down. And let's see what else we've got. We've got a couple up here, 3 of them. And this is a 1.15 of 1.1 kilometers down. 44 minutes after 5 a.m. The next one over 1.38, 9.8 kilometers down, 6:10 a.m. This one from 8:42 a.m. 1.54, 12.5 kilometers down for him. And then we go over and we see this 2.01 actually, and it's 4.3 kilometers down. 3:48 a.m. And here is something more interesting, and that is over here at Katla. Again, we've got multiple quakes here at Katla. This one a little further away, 0.4, 1.2 kilometers down from 4:23 a.m. Then we have this guy, 11:20 a.m. 0.7, 8.2 kilometers down. Then we have this guy here, 2.3, and that's a surface quake, 135 meters down from 2:50 a.m. We've got this what is it, a 0.84. There we go, 8.5 kilometers down, and that is 10:20. Then we have this from 8:15, 1.08, 135 meters down, a surface quake basically, 1.08 for that guy. So, and 1.6, sorry, a 6.62. Why do I keep saying 1? Yeah. Surface quake as well, 135 meters down, 54 minutes after midnight. And then we've got from 13:31, 0.92. Again, a surface quake, 135 meters down. So that's what we got. And Mars says, I'm worried my power is about to go out. I'm going to do going to the Lurkers Lounge. I'll be ready for it. Hopefully I'll be able to come back later. Excellent there, Mars 2028, and hopefully your power stays on. And let's see what we've got here. 5:36 a.m. we had a 0.41, and that is 8.5 kilometers down. And then we go over to Astja, and Astja had a few little ones. And yes, Piggy, you're correct. And yeah, I'll email you right away, Piggy. I want you to check on something on one of the other channels, but in a second or two, okay? Anyway, from 2156, 0.7, 4.3 kilometers down. Then we have this one here, is from 1217, 1.08, 2.8 kilometers down. We have a 1.59, 4.2 kilometers down from 1109. And then this one here, 7:15 is the time on it, a 1.21, 1.9 kilometers down. And let's see over here. And we got a near Herdebreit, and there we go, 0.8, and it's 10.6 kilometers down, and 1910 is the time on him. Then from 1807 we had a 0.9, 5.2 kilometers down, 0.94, 2.3 clicks down from 1524. And a 1.44, 2.7 kilometers down, 1519 on him. And this one here, a 1.6, and that is a 4.1 kilometers down from 1802. And we don't see anything too imminent there. Sliding up a little more, we see a 0.1, 7.2 kilometers down. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. 2023 was the time on that, 0.1. And then we've got a 0.87, or sorry, 88, and 6.4 kilometers down, 1022. And his neighbor from 1157, 0.54, 23.9 kilometers down, way down there. And the biggest one here for today is a 2.58, 11.1 kilometers down from 11:02 a.m. And we don't see anything else. That is it for there. So, yeah, it's interesting, you know, when we were talking about what are the potentials or what could erupt in Iceland, we could see something on the Fagradalsfjall area. We could see something at Katla. And I'm kind of thinking, you know, Katla's been sitting idle for a little while. We may see something there. So, and you never know. It's kind of interesting to see that, and we really hope that it doesn't pop, because that could be a very big volcano, and it could cause all kinds of havoc and stuff like that. Anyway, I did turn on the sensor locations, and for those who are kind of wondering about this map, if you type in earthquake 3, of course, and that'll get you the this particular map or the link to it, and you can check these things, and you can turn on some of the wonderful features there where the sensors are actually located, and if you put your mouse over them, of course you can see, and that correlates to our harmonic tremor chart, and that's an easy way to tell the locations of where the sensors are. Like here in our Ragnar area, that sensor is located over here, Fragerdelfjall, and that's just beyond the hill here at the end of Meridalier's outcrop, and it's over a little ways, up a little bit, so it won't get buried, but that is where it is, and that's what we're looking at. So pretty cool. And thank you, Kevin Haynes, for bringing up that link, Earthquake 3, and that gets you this particular map. Earthquake 2 and Earthquake will get you the other two maps that we also have on there, which I'm not using at the moment, but they're available for you as well, and you guys can certainly go there. It doesn't cost anything, and you can have a look at them, and they will give you all kinds of information as well. So pretty awesome, pretty cool. Anyway, it is getting pretty close to break time here, and we'll line things up. I just want to have a quick peek at Simaru. And they changed the picture. Darn it, those guys. Anyway, that is okay. We'll see what else we've got. We'll put this back to Hawaii and get us back to the live shot of Kilauea. And it is bubbling a little bit. And hopefully it's going to regain some momentum here, and like we said, this it looked like it had a little bit of an outflow. I actually wanted to check that thermal again and see if it has changed any. Oh, they are testing me again. Triangle. Okay, there we go. Let's submit that, and there we go. And it really doesn't look any different right now. Maybe a little bit more on that corner, but that is a new flow out here. So interesting to see that, and we'll see what happens. We do know that it had previous flows during the night and stuff like that out in these areas as well, as in addition to the one that we had in the back here, and it did have more of an outflow here. So pretty cool to see. Maybe some of the lava went this way, some went that way when it decided to flow out. Pretty cool. And Katla run out, a run of water is a thing to watch. Yep, Katla is one of those places where if we get enough of a big enough shaker and it cracks open the earth, and we get some of that water that's in there, and Katla, of course, is pretty much all ice, but underneath that ice, that rock is warm, and you kind of have a little bit of an ice or water lake underneath it. Not much water sitting there, but still, if that water gets down into the magma chamber or into the magma, of course, it is going to do exactly what we figure it's going to do. It's going to vaporize into steam very quickly, and we will see one heck of a pre-magmatic explosions, and that will start the whole ball rolling, and that could be very, very dangerous. So, yeah, it's kind of that kind of thing. Anyway, let's put this back on here. It is time for the break. After the break, we will have bacon seeds. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That would be really, really awesome. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel as of yet, please do consider subscribing if you haven't done that yet. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Irish monk said, rivers that come from Katla, we measure, and content is measured. Yep, the volume and the temperature coming out of those rivers. Some of it is pretty warmish stuff, so if it warms up too much, that's usually a good indicator. That smoke will clear, and we should be okay in a minute or so. So hang in there, and anyway, I will be back. Don't go away, and keep smiling, and I'll throw some music on for you. And Piggy, I'm going to send you an email. All right, thanks. I'm back. And thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. Me and Doc dance for charity. You bet. That is awesome. And thank you very kindly for that 20 euro super chat. That is very kind of you, Irish Monk. Appreciate that. And thank you for the welcome backs, and welcome back to everyone. And thanks John and Thor and Sue and Duchess of Elements and Kevin Haynes. And I'm sure Sharon Stewart can hear me. You're back. Oh, what's with my back? My back is behind me. And thank you. And that's all cool. And of course, it is a bacon seed time. Pardon me. Let's put this back on live here. I want to see if the smoke cleared before we go have a peek at the bacon seeds. Oh, the smoke is just about gone, and that is good. But let's go over and have a look at our bacon seeds for today. And I was hoping Piggy was still here. Piggy, where are you? I know, Piggy. Piggy, where are you? Are you still in Piggy jail? You're in Piggy jail, aren't you? Oh, Piggy is in Piggy jail. Robin Shandell, thank you as well. And thanks. So, yeah. Piggy jail. Look, there's Piggy in Piggy jail. I'm kidding you, not kidding you. She's locked up. She can't get out. She's stuck in her sty, and they won't let her out. But anyway, that is what we've got. So hopefully she'll be able to get out of there, and that is pretty awesome. What the back is on top of your yeah. Thanks, Thor. I would have never located it without those directions. Anyway, let's go take a look at this. Was the last creature we seen yesterday, and let's carry on from there, and let's see how musically inclined they are today. And of course, well, these guys aren't musically inclined. They're out in their little playhouse in the garden, and they've got left their boots outside, and that is awesome. That is very nice of them. I don't want to get the carpets dirty or anything. So, yeah, and that is really cool. But let's take a look at our next bacon seed. In the pick. Oh, in the pick. Cool. Yeah, they're awesome. And yeah, this is the musically inclined guys. And of course, there is the piano players. They do their thing. They're pretty talented, these pigs. You got to admit, they really do have a talent. And let's see what the next one brings. And I might have these out of order, but that's okay. And here's another one, and they are doing some more pig symphony. I don't know. This looks probably right there on the symphony thing. Definitely playing the piano, and the other one looks like perhaps an opera singer, pig opera. And that would be a very good possibility there as well. And let's go to our next bacon seed and see what kind of talents they have. Oh, this one is a definitely a piano player as well. So some real talent showing up here today. And Arizona Snowman, while you were gone, that Dan guy came back, just so you know. I took care of him, though. It's all right. Anyway, that is a very talented little piglet. And let's see what Trotter's sticks. Oh, yeah, Trotter sticks. Yeah, no worries. And this guy, is having a good time here. All dressed up and no place to go. And look at the smile on that one's face. That is pretty awesome. So let's see what else we've got. And too bad Piggy ran away or fell asleep. She may have fallen asleep. And she was all bundled up there in her sty, so they wouldn't let her out. Anyway, that's a cutie, and looks like ready for bed for that one. Dressed up in some PJs, I think. And that is a very nice looking pig. Looks like the hair got combed and everything, ready for a night. Orange sauce, anyone? Yeah. Definitely looks a little on the orangey side. And our last bacon seed for today is this one. And okay, we are definitely getting into a taco a bit. And this is the taco. It's a pork taco or bacon taco, one of the two. And that looks pretty awesome. I think we might have seen him before, but hey, that don't matter. We like seeing them. He's smiling, and yep, taco pork taco. Yeah, I don't know which way you want to say it, but that looks pretty awesome, and that is really, really cute. So I'm surprised Piggy's not here though, but I think she is still locked up in her piggy jail, and hopefully she'll be able to get out eventually, and hopefully, well, she does go to see the surgeon on Saturday, or sorry, on Wednesday, I mean. So hopefully they'll figure out exactly what is wrong with her hip and her cracked vertebrae. So that is always a nasty thing to have, and she really has no idea how the vertebrae got cracked. So that is what we got. And yeah, she's locked up in her sty. They won't let her out, Arizona. They will not let her out. She has to stay put in her bed and not move so much. Anyway, let's go back over to Hawaii real quick, and you can see that level is still dropped way down, and before the smoke gets in there, and we see another little island cropping up over on the other side here, and that smoke, of course, is going to cover everything up, so we won't see a darn thing, but that's okay. Yeah, she is in pain, unfortunately, and hopefully things will get a little better for her once they figure out exactly what's going on with her hip and her vertebrae. And that will be hopefully nothing too serious, but obviously if she's in a lot of pain, there's got to be something going on. Anyway, let's, yeah, smoke covers your eyes. Yeah, don't cover your eyes. There, the smoke's gone. Anyway, we see it. All right, before the next smoke comes, let's go over to our wonderful São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in the Portuguese language. Anyway, we do see the harbor right there, and one of the small towns, and a boat out on the water, and that is pretty cool. So the ocean can't be too rough. We do see the lights of Pico Island all the way along the back there, and that is pretty awesome. I got to catch up on getting to my screens here, and we'll get to the next one. Unfortunately, because we waited too long, our carriage turned into a pumpkin. We're not going to see the waves splashing. But we don't see too much white water here anyway, and that would be an indicator that it is or was fairly calm there, and a little better weather. I did see it earlier today. It wasn't all that wavy, so it was not bad. Let's see how many quakes we've got. And for the 15th, we've got none according to this. We've got, sorry, for the 16th is what today is. Everything was on the 15th, and so nothing new showing on this chart. So nothing new on São Jorge. that doesn't mean there wasn't any quakes in the area in the Azores. Let's look at the other map, and we will refresh that one and see what we've got happening there. And they do show 3 quakes. Let's take a look and make that map bigger so we can see them. And and they are indicating a one that might be from yesterday. No, 13 hours ago. Where is it? How come it isn't showing on the other map? And that is a 2.2. And if we click on it, 7 kilometers down. And it wasn't showing on the other map. I wonder if the other map needs to be refreshed again. Let's try that. I want to try. Hang on. Let's make that bigger first. And let me refresh this guy. Normally this updates all by itself. So yeah, it doesn't show that new one. That is interesting. So makes me wonder what is going on there. Anyway, we do see that one right there on the peninsula, and that is 13 hours ago. So very cool. There's the harbor, by the way, and that is the little town that we see. So pretty awesome. And let's zoom back out, and we see 2 other quakes over here. 18 hours ago we had a 2.6. That is 2 kilometers down, or 1.2 miles, and that happened at 7:26 GMT. And the other one is 17 hours ago, or 18 hours ago, 7:53 GMT, and that is a 2.0, and that was basically a surface quake. So that is what we see there for our wonderful Azores. And let's zoom back out a little bit so you get a better idea of where we're at. Right in the middle of the Atlantic, basically. And there you can see all kinds of things. I actually zoomed out a little too far. There's Iceland up there, and of course the mid-Atlantic ridge coming down, and on the East Azores fault this way, Portugal, Spain, and France, Ireland. The Irish monk, there he is. He's waving hello to us as he's dancing. And of course over here England, and so on and so forth. Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, and we carry on down here is Florida. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. Appreciate that. Let's go over. We're going to put this one back on here, and we'll get over and take a look at what it looks like there in our wonderful Popocatépetl area. And we'll take a look if we can get those up and running real quick, and have a quick peek. And unfortunately it won't it didn't switch. There we go. Now got it. Anyway, it is dark there already. It didn't see too many major puffs coming out of it. This one just recently here while we were doing the show, 1914 was the time. We do see it popping out there a little bit, throwing some of the dark cloud out, but no lava came out. We do see the glow of the lava though, so we know there is lava in that caldera. And if we back up a little bit in time, it will show us some of the other shots that did come out, but it behaved a whole bunch better today than it did last night. And let's see if we can get to a point here. And it was pretty steady doing this stuff. Kind of pluming off for a few hours. It kept on throwing up some material, so it's definitely cooking in that caldera. And I'm trying to find places where it actually popped out really well. This one was about here. We can see a fair amount of ash and stuff coming out. That's just around a 1-ish. Why is that so fuzzy? Let's get that a little sharper. There we go. And that was just about 2 p.m. Wasn't anything overly major from what I seen. This morning we did have a couple little pops as well. This one here, Irish monk. We monks dance where there is lava. Wow, Irish monk, that is an awesome super chat. Irish monk, and putting a dance in there. I'm going to put a dance beside that. And thank you very kindly for that second wonderful super chat. You are an awesome guy. And I hope you're dancing a wonderful dance. That is great stuff. We'll have to see if we can get that Irish jig music back on there for you. Anyway, let's back this up a little bit more, see if we find any more good shots coming out. And even in the early morning hours, we really didn't see that much. Like I said, previously we seen more of it, you know, the night before when we had the video of those three big blasts coming out of there, but we didn't see that. This was one of them from, well, one of the earlier ones from 5:43 a.m. and it was fairly quiet and sedate as well. And if we go back a little bit more, we did have this one, and I did see this one this morning, and that was right about here. And again, I need to advance it a little bit to see that come out. But no lava thrown out when this was blasting. Heat-treated sandals. Oh, I can understand why you're dancing. And of course, you got to keep those feet cool. And that lava will definitely make you dance. Anyway, we're advancing that 5 seconds at a time here, so you can see what it is doing. Looks pretty awesome. And that is just about back as far as we can go with it. And I didn't see any really major ones. Here's one more blast right at the end of our 12 hours that we can get to. And this one, again, didn't throw anything out, but it looked not bad as far as the moonlight hitting it and stuff like that. Beautiful stars in the background. And that is about it for Popocatépetl. So that's what we've got there. Let's go over to Fuego real quick. And it was hit and miss with Fuego, but we do see the candle is partially lit. And I don't know if we seen anything popping out of there. It might have been right in here a little bit. There was a little blast. Let's back that up a little. Yeah, I don't think there was all that much. It's been a lot quieter than what it has been in the past. So not quite as active. And I'm wondering if, you know, maybe some of that lava went over to Popocatépetl. Yeah, I doubt it though. That's too far away. So a different system completely. Anyway, we do see that one. And if we go back a little bit more here in the earlier hours, we do see another pop. And this was in the morning time, about 9:20 something or something. About here. There we go. And again, really not as ferocious as what we've seen previously coming out of that volcano. And let's see, there was another one here. I don't know if this one had lava. This was at 8:20 or 8:47, I believe, 8:50, something like that, if I'm right on it. And yeah, little pop there. So again, we don't see any lava come out, but we do see some of the Teflon material being thrown out. You can see that by the dust that's been raised around the caldera here at the top. And let's see if we can get back into the twilight here. No, actually it won't go all the way back. That is as far as we can go. And that was the first little puff that was on the recordings today at 7:44 a.m. And Fuego is being a little quieter. So let's put that back on live, and you can see what it is doing right now. You do see some people up top here taking photos and stuff. So hopefully they are capturing some pictures. Anyway, it is my break time, so I gotta go do that. So please hang in there and stick around. We've got more to come. We still have to cover our wonderful Merapi and Semaru. Well, we looked at Semaru already, but we'll take a look at Japan as well, see what that is doing, and that'll come after the break. So hang in there, you guys, and we'll put you back into Hawaii, and hopefully that smoke will continue to clear for us. And I'll throw some music back on. If it gets too smoky, I will change it. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That would be awesome of you. On those friendly notes, don't go away. More to come, you guys. And thank you. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. back. Welcome back, everyone, and aloha, Kathy. It was Kim's fault. Kim Raudenbush. He did it. Oh, that's who I'm blaming. He says, "Shh, doctor." Doctor will blame me for the technical issues. No, it wasn't Kim's fault. It was my button pushing. And Kim is a nice guy, even though he's a nice guy. Thank you for the welcome backs from Kevin and Mars and let's see, Kananaskis Country and Kim, of course. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Kim Raudenbush, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And thank you, Julie. And that is all good. You didn't see my first comment. No, I didn't see your first comment. And it's probably better that way. But welcome. Glad to have you on board, Kim. And it's always nice to have a little bit of fun. And that is glad that you're here. So all cool. Anyway, yeah, that I am seeing the bit rate go a little bit high here, and that buffering could partially be because of that, but I'm not exactly 100% sure. I know this morning that we did see some buffering on the earlier feed there from Kilauea, so that is very likely. I could put that back on live and see if it is still doing that. But they did have some problems. Yeah, look at that smoke. Holy Batman. It's going to make me cough. Anyway, let's go to our other places here. And we'll take a look at what Merapi is doing. And there is a Merapi. Let's see if Merapi could make us happy. And we will see if we can find some lava. And Merapi again was in clouds. It's located in a really bad spot there. So we do see some little bit on the bottom screen here. We do see it smoking a fair amount. Not sure if that is actual lava or something coming out. We do see that little streak on the side there all the time. It looks like that camera was shaking a little bit, but that is, yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, my mouse isn't on it anymore. I thought it was shaking with my mouse movement. But it's not my mouse doing it, so that's all good. Anyway, if we go back and try to take a look and see if it was doing anything on some of the other cameras, we did not see too much. And it did try to build a lenticular cloud up top, but I don't think it managed to be successful with what it is. Or for crying out loud, oh, you showed up and appear on Doc's screen and it starts buffering. Yeah, I don't think it was your fault there, Kim. And like I said, honestly, the bit rate was going a little bit wonky, and I kind of wondered why. So, and who's leaving? Hey, Thor, you made it in tonight. Yeah, Thor's here, and good to have him on board. The wind is dying down, and my lights finally stopped blinking. Fingers crossed. It looks like my power is going to stay on. Excellent, Mars 2028. That is wonderful. I hate when power goes off. Actually, we're pretty fortunate here that it happens very seldomly, and we have a pretty stable power. Anyway, I'm kind of scanning back real quick, and very far back is when we see a little bit better views here from 12:51 a.m. But we don't see any lava, so no major activity. We do see some smoke coming off of the caldera, but not a heck of a lot. And that is when it was clear. Prior to that, it was back into the abyss of cloudiness, as you can see. So we're going to leave that guy be. Let's put him back onto alive. Maybe things will clear up enough that we can see something later. And let's go over, speaking of clouds, there we go. We are in our wonderful New Zealand, and that is Mount Ruapehu. And Mount Ruapehu is suffering from the same dilemma, the clouditis. And I'm not sure how to deal with that. We need bigger fans or something. Change in global weather. Anyway, we'll go back a little bit, see if we can see anything. Well, we do see the edges of the snowfields, and there's not that much snow left there. Now you know why. Apparently I'm the Grim Reaper of live streams. Okay, well, I don't know if you're that much of a Grim Reaper there, Kim, but you know, we don't mind having you here. So don't feel too bad. I mean, you are a reasonably nice guy, and we do care that you know, you're in here, and appreciate that you join in the stream and do want to have a little fun. Anyway, there we can see the mountaintops, just as the cloud is kind of just hanging in the wrong spot. It should be up here, not down here, and would have been nice. And hopefully things will get better there. And you should check out Sakurajima when we get to it. Thank you, Duchess. We will check out Sakurajima. We have a certain protocol that we go through here, so we go through one after another. We don't jump around until we finish with certain ones. Anyway, earlier, that's what it was, and cloudy there at Ruapehu, and we got it there. So let's go take a look at some other stuff. And here is our chart for our Taupo, since we are in New Zealand. Yep, one step at a time is right, sir. And we can't be everywhere at the same time. And there we go. And what we're seeing, a very low activity. So it continues very quiet there in New Zealand, and that is probably a very nice thing for them, so they can sleep well at night. A quick peek at the caldera for Taupo, and there it is, the wonderful lake. That is the caldera, and we see that it is fairly sunny skies right above the lake. There are some clouds, of course, and you cannot see the mountains in the back. You can't see Mount Ruapehu, which is right about there somewhere. But that is what we're seeing right now, and we do see the water skiing paragliders, or whatever you call them, out there in the water. So pretty awesome. And of course, this camera view, courtesy of Sun Court Hotels and Conference Center there in Taupo. And let's put it back there. Let's go to back to Semeru, and this is the present conditions there at Semeru. We did have a peek at that earlier, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. And I'm just trying to find where it is. There it is. And we did see the eruptions earlier during the night. And of course, this is one of them right here, and that is kind of what we were witnessing and seeing earlier. So pretty awesome seeing some of those plumes go up, and some of the lava flowing out, and that did happen multiple times. But there were a lot of times where we had a lot of cloud in there as well. And it did actually ruin a few of the really good eruption shots. Like, let's back this one up here a little bit and see. Just I want to get it back a little bit more here, and to the point where it popped. And you've seen the lightning in there, and that is pretty scary. But yeah, we got that lava flow. This was just before midnight their time, 26 minutes after 11 p.m. And they did have some thunderstorms in the area, of course. And that is kind of a nice thing to see, a little bit of bacon. So very cool. Ponders how to take 2 steps at a time and realizes I need 4 legs instead of 2. Maybe talk to Wonky Donkey. He may be able to help you out, Kim. He's got 4, and that is all cool. And yeah, so a little bit of a lava flow there from Semaru, and it was nice to see that earlier. Going back into their evening, we did have a little bit more of eruptive stuff going on there as well. Let's see if we can hit this one. It didn't look too bad here. Let's back that up just a little bit more. And yeah, it was about like that. And I didn't see any blasts or anything like that. I want to see if we get back to it. It looked like just a flow out. So sometimes we see it burst out. Other times we see a relatively smooth lava flows. So it depends on what the activity is within that crater. And of course I'm looking at the chart with it as well. And this one didn't have much going on, but it did have the lava flow. So very cool to see that. So that is awesome. And yeah, gives you some bacon. And that is definitely something that we like to see. And there you go. And that was from what is that? That is 8:36 p.m. their time. So that was pretty cool to have that lava flowing. Ponders the mechanical mechanics of jumping. Well, you don't need to ponder it. You can get yourself one of those robots that are the 4-legged kind. They can jump. They've made them jump, and they are good at it now. They've learned a lot. Anyway, that is a little bit more lava coming down, and just wanted to kind of share that with you guys. Hopefully that is satisfying to you. And let's see. I think that is good. Juliet, mine was a rescue too. Mercury was just the sweetest cat. I had him for 13 years. Oh boy, yeah. You know, that's something about having the pets. You got to understand that eventually they will pass away, and this is a part of the big circle of life. So yeah, it is what it is, and unfortunately we cannot change that. We can give our pets the best quality of life, and in return they give us the wonderful love that is there. But Oz says, sorry Doc, I've been doing the first, third, and fifth step you do after a full shift. Oh boy. Okay. A cook, 2 yeah, then a beer, and then 2 sleep. And yep, Oz, that is completely understandable, and that is completely understandable. Thank you kindly for that wonderful $5 Aussie super chat. That is very kind of you, and no worries. And you know, we understand. You got to do what you got to do. That is what it is, and you know, I'm out pounding to get myself a job as well. So I'm going to be struggling once I get hired somewhere. And we know what that's like. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. So anyway, let's leave Semeru. We'll put it back to live for right now. Unfortunately, that is our cloud cover, and we don't get to see too much. So now, Duchess of Elements, we're going over to Japan, and we'll take a look there, and we'll see what we can find. Let me find that screen. Why is that small? There it is. It's smoking, and it is smoking and steaming and doing its thing. And let's try to see. First off, is our ice cream boat in? Yes, we have an ice cream boat in there. So for those who need to run down, you can go get an ice cream. It's there, and that is awesome. And I might as well flip the other ones all back to a full screen here too, and we'll see what we can do. Anyway, let's start out with this one. We're going to go back in time a little bit to see where it started puffing, and see if there was any magma or anything involved. And it looks like it was puffing some good steam and smoke there. And we'll back up a little bit more. It's actually been a lot more steady for that smoke coming out, and I'm wondering if it's just, you know, bubbling away on the inside. This is already back, what is it, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, and that's what we were seeing. So makes you wonder, you know, the volcano is kind of at a different phase right now. Sometimes we see them shoot off in bursts, and other times we see them kind of flowing steady. And it's we like both, but when we see the steady stuff, we don't usually get to see too much lava. And I prefer to see the burst style of things that last, you know, for half an hour and then decide to quit a little bit. But yeah, this one here looks like we had a little bit more of a burst out. That is a little darker looking material right there. If we go back that up a little bit more, we'll see what it was doing. Let's see if we go back 10 seconds at a time. And that is getting around to 7:46 a.m. The birds were flying, so we'll make them fly backwards. And let's see if we back that up a little bit more. There we go. And yeah, it was fairly quiet there. And then if we go ahead a little bit, there we go. And we see where the bursting started. And that is actually a pretty good plume coming up and out of there. And let's see, what was that? Oh, I didn't even see that. What? Okay, I'm because, yeah. All right, that's all right. Yeah, we didn't need snide comments in here, so that's okay. Thank you, Arizona, for taking care of business. That is what we've got there, so pretty cool. And let's see, that carried on for quite some time. And you know, when we're looking at that darker material, you know, there's a lot of ash and stuff in there as well. And if we go back a little bit more, we do see that it was pretty much continuously smoking and off-gassing. So our SO2 levels in that area are probably higher, and even during the night you can see the off-gassing here as well. Nice clear skies, so it makes a big difference. Yesterday it was horrible, we couldn't see anything in the background, and today we are seeing a bit more, but we're not seeing any glow from the crater. And to me that is indicating that there is no magma pushing up or lava pushing up near the ejection points at all. Oh, this just gave us 4 or 5 more hours, and that is pretty cool. And yeah, that is very awesome, but not giving us too much show. So we'll leave it as that. Anyway, we'll put it back to live. That is what it is doing right now, and that is Sakurajima in Japan. That is on the southern end of Japan, and it is doing what it is doing. So we gotta deal with that beautiful stuff, and we'll see what the other camera was doing. So of course the ice cream boat, there you can see it. And if we go back in time, we can see that pluming from the distance a little bit more. And you can see it continually kept on going there. Not going to worry about it. It doesn't look like it's doing too much harm. And again, blue skies, so the good people of Japan are enjoying their day. A little bit of a cloud popped in, but at least it's not as bad as it was yesterday with the rain and pouring and stuff. Let's go over to the other next one. So you can always get your ice cream. The boat is in down the road, down the path there, and hanging right at the lights, and you get down to the dock to get that ice cream out of the ice cream boat. And let's go over to Suwanoshijima, down on one of the other islands. What does the close-up cam look like? I don't have it loaded up right now, Mars. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll see if we can reload that for tomorrow. I ended up having to drop a few of the extra cameras or the extra screens that I had because the computer was stalling too much. And I've been kind of battling. I've got too many windows open. That's part of the problem. And I don't have that one open right now. Anyway, this is Suwanoshijima, and I will definitely load that one back up though, because I do want to see it, and it really does help when we do have some eruptive activity there with lava, and that usually shows pretty nice. Anyway, Suwanoshijima is off-gassing fairly heavy. We do see a fairly darkish gray clouds coming out of there. If we go back and see, it's snowing, it's snowing. Merry Christmas, Yvonne. Merry Christmas. And I hope it's a beautiful snow. And good morning to you. And Duchess... Yep, there's the Sakurajima live stream. Yeah, we can see that. I'll worry about that later, Duchess. Right now I'm kind of working on the other volcano. We'll see what we can do. And anyway, that is pretty awesome. And let's carry on here because the show is running late already. Anyway, we do see during the wee hours of the morning there, or well, 7 a.m., not the wee hours, it wasn't throwing off as much gas. If we back it up a little bit more, we do see some gas pluming out of the front vent in this area and a little bit off the back. It looks like it might have been raining there. If we go back even more, 4:36 a.m., we do see some gas from the back one, but not very well. And don't see any glow of lava or anything like that. And there we go, it gets really dark. So not a problem. And let's put that back on live. And there you can see it is continuing to off-gas out from the front. And I need food. Be right back. Get me some too. I'm hungry. Let's have a quick peek. There is our wonderful other one, and that is our good volcano that is very dormant. And let's see if we can see it. There it is, Mount Fuji. And Mount Fuji, of course, is a wonderful volcano there in Japan. And of course, it's a lot of snow on it now. Remember I was saying it needs more snow? Well, it got it. And that is a pretty cool looking. So it is a snow covered once again. Very, very awesome. Let's get over to our next place. And of course, that is to Yellowstone. And unfortunately, Yellowstone is not doing too much right now. And let me see if while Yellowstone is doing its thing, I am going to see if we can locate the close-up cam and find that for where's my close-up crater cam. There it is. And just so we can have a peek at it, okay? And won't leave you disappointed there, Mars. And there it is. And in case you want the link, I will copy that and paste it in here. There is the close-up cam link, and you can always have a look at that. So pretty cool. And yep, that's your close-up view of the crater. You see that, Mars? I hope you see it, and you can have a quick peek there. So pretty awesome, and all good. And anyway, we'll try to leave that one on in the stream settings here, so we don't lose it for next time. Anyway, I'm going to back that up. It is close-up is very helpful. Yep, it does show. You know, a lot of times though, that smoke. Whoa, that bird was close. Holy mackerel! Did you see the colors on that? That was nice. And anyway, let's see. Actually, let's do something here. Let's back that up a little bit and see if we can see that guy fly by again. And I want to see him close up. Do we go back far enough? Maybe not. Maybe I need to go back a little bit further. Trying to find a bird flying by is difficult sometimes. I wanted to see the colors on him. No, let's back up a little bit more here and see. Let's try there and just wait patiently. Oh, there he goes. Let's back that up 5 seconds and let that play. There, we got him. All right. That is the infamous pterodactyl. No, I have no idea what kind of bird that is. You guys tell me, what is that bird? Let's advance it 1 second at a time. And that is a pretty neat looking bird. Nice colors on it. I have no idea what kind of bird that is. A vulture of some kind. Yeah, possibly. But that looks pretty neat. Whoop, there he goes. All right, we'll leave that be. Let's carry on with the show here. I totally missed my break, you guys, okay? Just so you understand that. So I am going to go take a break. I went right through it and nobody warned me to take a break. So it is a time. It's a lava vulture. There we go, Kim Rowdenbush. And yep, we're going to do that. I'm going to go take that break. And we'll see what we can do. We'll put you back onto Hawaii. Hopefully it has stopped smoking so much. Smoking is bad for your health, and there is Hawaii. Yep, I will get you back on Hawaii, and we will fix our other screens up so we don't burn anything out. That looks a little bit better, less smoke. Flies like an eagle. Yep, into the. There's a song like that. Fly like an eagle. Who did that one? I can't remember who did that song. That is so interesting, your presentation. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate it. All right, to the sea. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to have a break. Don't go away, you guys. I need that break. Doc, you have some canned lava from a Siggy. Yeah, not handy though. I can find you some if that is really what you want. But right now we can actually see Kilauea, so I was thinking we'll look at this. If you're okay with that, looking at Kilauea. I want to get it onto the break. It's going to take me about 5 minutes to find that canned lava, right? So, anyway, Klaus needs to go to sleep, and I need that break. Don't go away, you guys. Hit the like button if you haven't hit it already. That would really be awesome, you guys. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm with the doc on this one. All right. And thanks, Mars. We'll turn on the music. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. My voice is starting to go. It's getting growly. I'll be back. And there we go. A microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. Thank you there, Oz and Mars. And Mars, a quick comment on that one. Yvonne had lots of snow there on Mount Etna, and I'm surprised she didn't make us a snowman and take a picture of it. Anyway, that's okay. And thank you, Sue in Kananaskis country, and Yvonne and Kevin, and appreciate that. That is awesome. And yep, we're back, and we are looking at, of course, the view of what we see in Kilauea, and that is a pretty awesome volcano that is continuing to do its thing, although the lava fountains have been varying from small to larger over a period of time, and hopefully we're going to see a bit more lava flow. I want to see more fountains. I want to see this thing shooting up at least 4 or 5 meters in the air would be nice, would be a really cool. Right now, all we're seeing is maybe 1 meter at a maximum when it really shoots up. So pretty cool. First, I'm a volcanologist, and second, no, too darn cold. Come on, Yvonne, have some spirit. Yeah, Duchess. I want to see this thing fire up. And I guess we're going to call that rock beside it the alligator. And the alligator seems to have moved away from the vent hole. Or is the vent hole moving over towards the wall? That is something that we do have to consider as well. And lava sub in the background. Oh, yeah, that is that little guy. That's a lava submarine. Back there. That is actually pretty cool looking, and we could almost call it that, and that's kind of awesome. This thing back here looks like a little lava submarine, and that'll be cool. Yeah. A little sub. So yep, cool. Anyway, let's get over and take a look at some earthquakes, and we've had a few that are of interest. So let's take a look and see. Japan has had a few big ones, and there's a few other ones around too that I'm kind of worried about. Let's take a look at zoom in here. I hear you, DrFox2000. I was on another tab looking for Japan's birds. Oh, no luck. Okay, so you couldn't find whether it was a vulture or not. This one is near Eureka, 2.8, and hopefully they're not shaking too bad. Hopefully a 2.8 relieves all the pressure, and they're not going to get too much. That one came in at, 1849, at 23.3 kilometers down. So very interesting. Anyway, we slide down the coast here, and we are looking at, this is Guatemala. They had a 5.0 yesterday at 21:47, 7.8 kilometers down. And then, of course, they had another one here today at 4:43 a.m., 10 kilometers down. And that was a 4.0, and another one out on the water, 18 minutes after midnight, 64.7 kilometers down. That was a 4.3. So if we zoom out and go down the coast a little bit and take a look at South America, looks like Chile and Chile, Bolivia. So one or the other, very close to the border, 5.0, 50 minutes after midnight, 80.8 kilometers down for that one. This one is also a 5.0, and that is in Salta, Argentina. And that is from 8:47 a.m., 158.5 kilometers down for him. And we see one here on this West Chile rise, and that is a 4.9. ends 3:15 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Going over to New Zealand real quick, we don't see anything in New Zealand, nothing in Fiji, nothing in the Tonga area. But once we get up to Vanuatu, we see a little bit more activity. 4.6. This one is from 1706, 10 kilometers down. Next one over 4.9 from 12 minutes after midnight, 11.8 kilometers down. And this 4.8 at Santa Cruz Island, and that is from 1430, 11.3 kilometers down. Moving on a little bit, and we take a look, and this is Timor-Leste, 4.3. Yesterday's at 2051, and 63.9 kilometers down for him. And then we get out towards Japan. Oh, hang on, let's not forget this one here in Fiji. Oh, sorry, Philippines, I mean. Philippines, 5.2. 14:57 was the time on that, and 10 kilometers down for him. And let's take a look at this one in Japan, 6.3, Bonin Island region, and that was 21:49 was the time on it yesterday, 405 kilometers down. And one of the aftershocks is Zoo Island area, fairly close to that same region. 2:42 a.m. For that 4.2, 409.4 kilometers down for him. And another one on the northern end of Japan, and that's Kushiro, and that is 4.3, and that was at 5:10 is the time on that, and that is 132.9 kilometers down. We don't see anything else up towards the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see one little guy up here, 3.7 on the Aleutian Islands near Atka, Alaska, and that is from 4:10 a.m., and that was 68 kilometers down for that guy. And let's go over, this looks like in China, 4.3, 4:44 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Nothing new in the Saudi area. We do see this guy here, Albania. That might have been from yesterday. No, that's today's. That's another one. And that is from 11:23, and that was 10.8 kilometers down for him. So that kind of busy in that area. And this one here, I was going to look at this 4.1 Dominican Republic, a little bit bigger than normal over there, and that is from 12:48, 114 kilometers down for that one. We do know that we do have this hot spot here where there are always quakes. I don't know why, but every day there's a quake there. There's got to be like a quake monster underneath there or something. But anyway, this is not good. Sometimes Dominican Republic and Haiti end up getting some really nasty quakes there. So hopefully nothing of that sort will happen in the next little while. Let's take a look at what we've got over in our wonderful area of the Canary Islands. Going to refresh that screen real quick, and we'll take a look, and we'll see what's happening. Nothing up on the East Azores Ridge, and we'll zoom in down here a little bit, and it looks like we've got a few over on La Palma now. We do see this guy here, 3.4 on Frontera Island area there. So that is from 6:45 a.m. and that is a fair-sized quake. Again, that is not uncommon to see quakes in this island, but that one is a dangerous island for possible tsunamis. Anyway, looking at La Palma, and this is pretty cool. We do see, let's see, for the 16th, we have this one here, and that is from 12 minutes after midnight, UTC-wise, of 1.4, 10 kilometers down. The next one is, and that is almost where is that? Yeah, right there in, what is it? Tangha? I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. Maybe Yvonne was able to do that. Okay, I'm gonna have to get ready for work. Okay, Yvonne, you take care, get ready for work, and let us know if you see anything wonderful happening there. And that would be pretty awesome. And a possible raptor, undetermined species. Okay, thanks, Kim. Anyway, this 1.6 from 2138, 11 kilometers down, and not very big, so I don't think they would have even felt it. And then we have another one right next to the star, and that's a 1.7, 42 minutes after midnight of the 17th, so a brand new one, and that is 11 kilometers down. And the star that's flashing is a 1.2. And that is a 1:42 a.m. and that is 10 kilometers down for that one. So a little bit of a refreshed activity there, and that is interesting to see in our wonderful La Palma. And hopefully we won't see anything too major. And again, you know, what I do have to kind of point out is from our last Cumbre Vieja eruption, the previous eruption before that was about 50 years ago, prior to that. So for us to be expecting another eruption there anytime soon is probably not a smart move. We'll be waiting a long time, possibly. But Mother Nature has works in mysterious ways. You never know what could happen. So that is always interesting. And yes, Sharon Stewart, you're right. Ta-ta for now. Yvonne, safe a trip in the snow. Yep, drive carefully. If the snow is not sticking and it's all melting on the roads, that's okay for now. I do see a bunny eating. For those who need to know, there's actually 2 bunnies eating now. So that is all cool, and that is pretty awesome. Let's go over to our volcano map, and there we see our volcano map. I do need to refresh that because we want to make sure that we haven't missed anything. And let's close some of these advertisements out. And it's funny, Yvonne got a new couch, and apparently I'm getting advertisements for couches now. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, anyway, it's kind of funny. Anyway, looks pretty normal there. Nothing in Iceland. We still have our 2 there in the Azores. Microvolcano still South Sandwich Islands. Looking at what we've got down in Chile, pretty normal. And nothing different there. And going up, I'm just looking to see if there's anything new popping up, and really nothing new hasn't nothing new showing. So let's see. No, the Old Messiah, Talika, yeah, San Miguel, and of course Fuego and Santiaguito. And of course a Popocatépetl, and don't see anything else new there. Zoom back out, and let's take a look. We know Kilauea and Mauna Loa still active there, while Mauna Loa considered to be just idling for the most part, so that's okay. And we see Taupo, and of course a White Isle. Tofua is still there, and our guys there in Vanuatu are still there, and what is Baganga there, and what is it, Kavachi, and some of these names are a little bit tongue twisty, like Langila, okay, and Manam, if I said that right. Okay, and Kadovar, cadaver. That's almost like a cadaver. Anyway, Luola talk. And then we, of course, have that new one, Ijan. That, well, it's not new, it's an old volcano, but that is the one that has the lovely blue lava. And I'd love to be able to go over there and see that one erupting and take pictures. Raung, on the other hand, not doing too much. Semeru, of course, active. Merapi active, and this Dieng is there as well, and we haven't seen any more activity from it. Krakatau still there. Carinci and Marapi, not Merapi. This is Merapi, and that is Marapi. And they're doing their thing. And Sinabang and Barren Island, the volcanoes still happy. Ibu and Dakono doing their thing. And this Karangentang, anyway, he's still there. Canaleon still there. Bulusan still there. Mayon still there. And Taal still in orange. And I'd like an orange. Ahai still doing its things. Iwo Ajima still there. And Nishimo Shima still doing its thing. Suwanosi Ajima and Kakei still theirs, and Sakurajima, of course, doing its thing. As we go up, I'm going to start to stumble with names. And Ibiko still there. Alade still there. Karimsky is still there. And Bezimiani is still there. And here comes the stumble. Klayaushevskoy. Okay, I will try that. And Shivalash. And of course, this one I'll never get. Semi-so-pochnoi. Okay, sure. Gesundheit. And of course, the other ones. Great Sitkins. And actually, I was going to see, do we have any pictures? This one is Pavlov. That is what we had there. Pavlov was, that's from today. And that was not bad. The other ones didn't show, so we won't look at anything in Alaska. Or that's okay. And let's go zoom that back out, and we'll go down, double check. Yep, Erebus is still doing his thing. Heard Island volcano still there. We don't have Piton del La Formes and Reunion Island anymore. And Mayotte and Carthala there in our Madagascar region. And of course, Old Doño and our friends here in DR Congo. Not going to try those names. I have too much trouble with them. Ertael is nice and easy though. And there's Etna, a volcano, and of course a Stromboli and a Campi. And that is all we've got for our wonderful volcanoes. For those who like seeing the big ring of fire and all of the volcanoes on the planet, of course, we turn on the other map here, or the other feature, and all the green ones are inactive, but they have potentials to go. And the most surprising one that a lot of people aren't aware of is this one here. And that's in Australia. And of course, Leo is hiding that one on us, pretending it doesn't exist. So it's all good. Anyway, we'll turn those off and get back to what we're doing. And of course, we were supposed to go over and take a look at our next thing. And did I miss my break again? I messed that up so bad, it's not even funny. Let's keep going, and we'll bring up the SO2 map, and that's what we're going to go see next. I'm gonna refresh that and see if we can get over there. We'll do the SO2, then I'm gonna take a break again, and then we'll do the rest of the weather. There is our brand new refreshed SO2 map, I think. or was that from earlier? Let's refresh it again. There we go. Looks the same, so probably was refreshed. And let's look at it. The volcano name spelled Lee and Smith. Kim Raudenbush, why can't they do that? That would be so simple. Instead, they got to give it a long names like Raudenbush Lee Smith. Something like that. How about that, eh? Anyway, that is okay. So that is very good. Kevin, good night and take care and all good. Yeah, barf and garf. Anyway, our SO2, we do see Alaska has a little bit more up there. And along the coast, we're getting some of that coming across the pond. And it is making it all the way over. Hawaii, Kilauea is supposed to be putting out about 3,500 tons per day of SO2. But it really isn't showing as much that we see as noticeable, and for the most part, it's a background SO2 for what we see. So not too panicky on that, and as long as they get some rain to wash it out of the sky, that'll be all right. Looking at most of North America, it's not all that bad. We do see the eastern portions here in Ontario and the eastern states are a little bit more crowded as far as that SO2 is concerned. We do still see the weather systems here in our Mexican area, and of course Popocatépetl working a little bit harder as of late, and we are seeing a little bit more SO2 from it, and that looks like a nice picture. Let's see what that looks like. And yep, if you want a pretty sunset at a beach, there you go. Where is that? That is Pablo Escondido, and that is neat. That's right on the beach. That is a pretty awesome sunset. Anyway, looking at what we see, most of our Central American ones puffing into the Pacific. And we see this stuff here finally starting to break up that came from Reventador and our friends here in Colombia, as well as Ecuador. And most of everything in Chile still going inland, getting over Argentina, as well as some of the people pollution going all the way into the Atlantic. And if we zoom out a little bit, heavier down in Antarctica all the way through. And of course, that is because of the snow melt. And as I explained many times before, during the winter time, right now it's summertime down there, but during the winter time, the snow basically traps all that SO2. And from our Hunga Pai volcano eruption, a lot of that is now coming back out. As the snow is, would have captured that SO2 and stacked it in the snow piles along the coast. And now that it is melting, that SO2 is re-released, and that is what we're seeing. But it's not so bad there in places like New Zealand and those areas, not bad. White Isle volcano still doing its thing. We do see this circulation here. It's got a little bit higher level, but not that bad. And of course, down here we've got a refinery doing its thing near Melbourne, and then some coking plants up north from Sydney. So that's what's giving that SO2 there. Tofua throwing its stuff out. And so this Yasur and Eoba, and probably a little bit of people pollution as well from this area, and going up, and we see the stuff from Papua New Guinea and those areas. Ibu and Dakono making that stuff. Luolatok not working as hard. We do still see Semeru, Merapi, and of course Jakarta throwing out because of the people pollution, but we are still seeing a little bit coming from our Krakatau there, and then in this region as well we'll have some for Kerinci and Marapi doing its thing. The other ones are people pollution for the most part, and a little bit of a volcano stuff and people pollution from the Philippines. Not that bad today. And yeah, here in Suwanoshijima we do see some of that there, and Sakurajima, of course, because it's been blowing out continuously there, it's doing a fair job at that as well. And seeing the stuff in China, that's okay. It all blows across Japan, not good for them. And looks like our guys down on the bottom end of aren't too bad here in the islands. But as soon as we get into the Kamchatka Peninsula, we do see the activity is a little higher from some of those volcanoes. And let's go. Yeah, China looks bad. India looks bad. And no good airflow through there. And of course, the air circulation here, you see that circulation going around. So a lot of that stuff from the gold smelting plants is staying there. And of course, DR Congo, a couple of volcanoes there. Barely see the spot from Erta, and that is right there. Of course, these are refineries doing their thing. Not sure what all of that is from, but doesn't look that good. Getting over to Sicily, and we don't see too much coming from Mount Etna. Mount Etna, of course, has quietened down, so that is likely what's going on there, and that is probably about it for our SO2. Europe doesn't look all that bad. We do see Poland has got a little bit higher levels, and that is of course swirling around, getting into Denmark, bottom end of Sweden as well. Not too bad here in England, but we do see some of it, and not bad, nothing there in Iceland really, and that is about it. And we do see a fair amount up in the north here, and that is mostly blowing up from China, and that is not good. So anyway, we'll leave the SO2 as is. I am going to take that break, and we will do our thing after the break to check out the rest of the weather, and that is whether we like it or not. We'll check it out. Going to refresh that one more time so we'll be ready for it. And on that friendly note, I will put you back over to the live lava of Kilauea for the time being. So please enjoy that. I'm going to take about 10 minutes here. So stick around. Hit that like button if you haven't clicked it yet. There, that's the word I want to do. And that would be good. So yeah, click the like. Don't lick the like, click the like. And of course, if you haven't subscribed and you're loving the show, please do consider hitting the subscribe button. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and please stick around. We'll go through the weather. We'll find out where the coldest places on Earth are at the end of it. So be pretty cool. Get it? Cool? It'll be cool? Oh, bad humor. All right, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back to all you wonderful people. And yeah, put on your gas masks or some kind of a mask. That smoke is intense. Hey, what's all this talk about liquor? The only stuff that I'll do is if we have a moonshine, if it's high enough grade, I'll put it in my gas tank. Oh, anyway, welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And of course, I see a few people in here. Of course, you guys know that I do not drink. I can't drink because I have Crohn's disease. But it's kind of funny there with seeing some of that moonshine stuff and the old story of some stuff that was given to my father way back when, and my dad poured a little bit into an ashtray after the guy left, and threw a match in, and literally the ashtray just went woof, and it was pretty nasty stuff. Anyway, that smoke is pretty bad there in Hawaii, but thank you for the welcome backs from Kananaska's country and the Duchess of Elements, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and that is all good, and I gave it up too. That is awesome, Duchess. Yeah, it's a better life without, and you know, I don't mind if people socially drink, and you know, that's up to you guys, of course, but I myself can't, so I don't, and I don't miss it. I really don't. It is one of those things. And you missed me. Oh, did I miss you? Oh, there it is, Sharon Stewart, or sorry, Sue Hayes up there above my gas mask. That's why I didn't see it. And no worries. Define occasionally, Sue Hayes. Yeah, occasionally. No, I got you now, Sue, so we're all good. Let's get over to that map, and we'll see what we can do. And there we go. We're on it. Anyway, I did kind of sneak and peek a little bit to see where our temperatures were. But actually, they look a little warmer today. So anyway, up in the northern portions of Alaska and Canada, we do see some bitter cold temperatures still. It is still winter here in the northern continent, or northern hemisphere, I should say. But we do see a warmer weather in British Columbia as well as Alberta and some of Saskatchewan, and they are still getting a little bit of the colder stuff in the northern areas, and of course Manitoba, very cold, and that's what we see sneaking in. Having a look at Vancouver, coming in at about 6 or 7 degrees. Over on the rock for Bob, there is probably about 2 or 3 or something like that. And let's see what we've got in Edmonton right now, minus 4 degrees Celsius. So for wintertime temperatures, I really cannot complain, considering that sometimes this time of year you put a 0 behind that 4, and that is what we get at times. So minus 4 is very nice. Saskatchewan being a little colder, and of course Manitoba even colder than that. Winnipeg coming in at about a 9, which is actually pretty warm for them for this time of year as well. We see that there is a warm streak going through here, and that is kind of interesting to see that. We'll probably see some more snow around the Great Lakes. Toronto, a little bit cooler than normal, coming in at minus 2. Down in Detroit, we see a +2, +3, so that's not so bad. Montreal coming in at about a minus 4, minus 10, 12, something like that. Quebec, a minus 6 or 5, depending on where you're looking. And we see a little bit warmer there in New Brunswick, than in the northern portions than what it was, and getting warmer down on the bottom. And wow, a Coal Harbor, 7 degrees Celsius. That is incredible. Halifax coming in at 7 as well. They've got that tropical wind blowing in there, but I bet you it's got rain and stuff associated with it. How did that ice rain turn out yesterday, Sue? I hope it wasn't too bad for you. It's raining though, yep, and we see up to 9 degrees out here in Newfoundland in some spots, but they do still have a cold up in the northern portions, and Labrador getting back down, that high still sitting up there. It's melted all this morning. That is excellent, and that's not a problem. We do see some warm weather blowing up Chicago, home of Tom Dice and Pepper, at about a 7 or 8. That's not so bad for them. And looking at Portland coming in at about 7 degrees. Eugene a little cooler at 6. San Jose made it to 9. Sacramento had tons of rain. I watched a couple of videos there today. They were just inundated with rain. They got several inches of rain, which is really bizarre. They got a month's worth of rain in 1 or 2 days, so pretty heavy duty. LA not so warm at about 8 or 9. Death Valley made it up to about 13 in here, so not bad. Las Vegas 8, and Mexicali coming in at about 14. 13, 12 there in Phoenix and near Arizona Snowman. He's melting. And there is 12 degrees in Tucson. Albuquerque a little bit on the cooler side at about 2 or 3. And getting down into a bottom end of Texas, we see some of that 22 degree temperatures, not so warm. And we see 16 in San Antonio, 17 in Austin, 21 in Houston, a nice day there, and Dallas making it to about 16 and 17 in the area, so not bad. New Orleans a lot warmer today, and I bet you they're enjoying that, 18 degrees right now. Mobile, Alabama still about 13, and we get to the eastern coast, we see that cold is still in there, and that includes very cold stuff down here. And 19 in Miami, not so warm. Jacksonville only a 7 or 8. And we get up to Atlanta, we see that is starting to warm up again too. They've got about 12. Charlotte, North Carolina, made it to a 7. Grandma B's home, about 7 degrees right now. That's not so bad for her. That'd be, I don't know, 50... no, hang on, 10 is 50, 40 something, 45, somewhere around there, 46, in that general region. That's not so bad. And Cape Canaveral, 12 degrees, thanks Mars, and that looks not bad, and that's 53 for 12, so pretty cool, or warm, well, for this time of year. And Boston sitting at 0, like I say, Halifax and over there, they are in the tropical heat. And we see that cold trying to get down into the Baja again, but it's not too successful. Mazatlan did make it to 22 there, still holding at 22. A little cooler in Mexico City today. Yesterday they had 18, now it's 13. So that cold did creep back down in there, and looks like right now about 27 in Acapulco. Doesn't look too warm in Cancun, 22, not so good for being on the beach. Central America pretty normal. We see some higher temperatures here in Colombia, in the lower regions, lower elevations, of course, higher stuff. In the mountainous areas, you're going to get colder temps, and Venezuela making it up to about 27, 28 for right now, and nighttime temperatures, that's pretty darn good. And looking around the Amazon, they are not too bad temperature-wise, little on the cool side, but that's okay. And looking here in our wonderful Paraguay, we see 24 to about 26 degrees. Uruguay, 26, 27, 28 in some spots. Out in the coast, a little bit cooler. Let's see what we've got in Rio de Janeiro. That'd be somewhere around here, 26. And they got a low sitting right on top of them. Sao Paulo, about 22. And some warm stuff in Argentina, back up to about those 30-degree temperatures. And Buenos Aires did make it to about 27 right now. So for a nighttime or evening temperatures, not bad. All the way down to the bottom of Argentina looks pretty good. It does cool off once you get into the mountainous stuff at the bottom. And, you know, it's always chilly and chilly. And going over to New Zealand, we see that they are not quite as warm as they could be. Christchurch making it to about 18, 19, and 20 along the coast, 22 in some spots, 24, not so bad. Could be worse. I mean, it is their summertime. 20 in Wellington, and not bad. And we see some of the other areas here are really not so bad. It says 26 for Rio. That is not bad. And Auckland sitting at about 22. And Grand Zed's home about 22 as well. Sliding over to Hobart, seeing it's back up in temperature. That heat wave is back. 27 degrees there in Tasmania. 29, 30 in some spots, 31, holy mackerel. And Leo must be cooking. He's probably out on the beach suntanning at 35 degrees Celsius in Melbourne. And Adelaide coming in at about 31. Hang on, I gotta have a sip of Pepsi here. Ah, that's a fine vintage. And Sydney, 25. Home of Oz, Brisbane, 29 and thereabouts. And that is not so bad. A little cooler in Perth at 22 degrees, but we see some of these very, very hot temperatures back in our wonderful Australian outback. And we are tipping the 42, 43 scale in some spots. And we still have that storm system sitting right there. And Oz, thank you for that $5 super chat. That is awesome. Dr. Fox, I don't like this weather pattern. It's will dry out the southeast of Australia. And looks like February dragon of fire. Yeah, that is a kind of it is kind of a dragon of fire. So yeah, all that rain they got is going to burn off and evaporate, and that's going to cause problems. And definitely thank you for that wonderful super chat, Oz. Appreciate it. And yeah, that is pretty nasty. We'll see how much rain you're getting here, if anything, up in the north, but the southeastern part, with everything being what it is not very good. Normally that heat sits up in the northern portion here. I'm surprised to see it down as far and as hot down here. Anyway, Fiji, 28, 29, pretty normal. Same thing goes for New Caledonia and Vanuatu area, 27, 28, 32, 33, sitting back in Papua New Guinea. Pretty normal temps for there. And not Philippines, Indonesia, Java coming in at somewhere around 26, 27, 28 in some places. Jakarta, 27 right now. Little cooler on the northern end of that, but not bad. Singapore about 28 right now. And let's see, Manila coming in at 28. Bangkok at 29 right now. Map says 28, but that's close enough. We do see that cold still sitting way down low here, and hopefully it'll go away. Japan is, of course, feeling that cold being blown out from China, and we do see the bottom end here only at about 13 or so for the highest temperatures. Tokyo about 6 right now, not so warm. And of course we go up into the other ones. Sapporo is a -7, and then colder in the inland areas. And of course Kamchatka Peninsula down to about 24, 25 in some places. Not so good. Delhi made it to about 4 or 5. Sri Lanka still sitting at pretty much a normal, little cooler than normal temperatures right now. And looking at what we've got here, Madagascar looks pretty normal. And then what about 20, 19, 20, 18 there for Cape Town, 19 thereabouts. And they've got some heat developing in the region as well. And of course pretty normal for Africa, with the exception of out here in the Sahara, northern Sahara, cold, cold, cold. Only about 8 there in Cairo. And then we see Oman showing very cold temperatures as well. Again, same thing with UAE, seeing 17, 18, 19. That's not very warm. And hopefully they're not in for another snowstorm in Saudi Arabia, which is something very rare. And that has happened before, but I mean, they had one here in January, so very different for them. Let's take a look at Piggy's temperature there, and she has got about, well, it says about 16 on the map here, and that is showing about 12 degrees on the weather guessers. Thanks, Sue. And Crete getting some of that windblown stuff going through. Hopefully they stay warm. And getting over to Sicily, we see probably about 7 or so, 8, 9. Oh, Radanzo about a 9. That is pretty good. And what is it? Catania is about 13 right now. So not that bad for wintertime stuff. Naples coming in at about 13, 14. Rome a little cooler at 11, and Milano only a 1 degree today. And of course Sardinia is holding some fairly nice temperatures, pretty normal in low teens. And we are seeing cooler stuff here in Portugal as well as Spain, but not as cold as it was. And 8 there at the home of Aurelio, and he's not doing too bad. We do see here we about a 5, and Paris coming in at about a 2. So yeah, winter is back for those people. 1 in Munich, and we see 1 in Frankfurt, 2 in Cologne, and the snow in that area. Berlin coming in at 3 or 4, and Hamburg making it to about a 3 there as well. Amsterdam coming in at 3 degrees. Brussels at 0, so they're getting a little bit of snow in this area. Sliding up, taking a look at Copenhagen, and that is about 5 degrees right now, so no snow there. But we'll go up and take a look. Oslo about 0 or 1 below. Stockholm at 3. St. Petersburg got to a 0 today, and that is a little warmer. Moscow at -3. And we take a look at London, -2, -1, and not so warm there. And the Irish monk declared that there was snow today in our wonderful land of the Irish. So the rainbows have turned into snowbows, and that is not so good. -3 in Dublin, Burr. And usually we see the snow up here in Scotland, but -3 there in Scotland, Aberdeen, -1. And let's go over to Iceland and see, and I bet you they are cold again. Doolin, Ireland, what is it? -1 Celsius, mostly cloudy. Yep, that is pretty cold there. So that's unusual for them to get that cold. And we'll see what Reykjavik is, probably about -1 or 2 or 3. It says -3 on the map here. And I guess it must depends on what kind of a wind they got blowing in there. But that's what we're seeing, so that is not so bad. Let's take a look and see what we've got happening for our wonderful precipitation. And there we go. And we see up in Alaska a little bit of snow, some snow in Northwest Territories, and none of it, of course. And of course, northern Alberta and British Columbia. The coast is where it's all the weather is. They're getting nailed again with some of that. Even though it's warmer, they are getting it from Portland on up, and pretty much everywhere. Of course, our Queen Charlotte Islands here, this is a rainforest. Just so you guys know, if you've ever been to the Queen Charlotte's, you'll know it rains. And we don't count it in millimeters there. We count it in feet or meters, and it is incredible the amount of rain that they get. And I remember I was looking at some stuff, and this was years ago when I was a kid living on Vancouver Island here, and we looked at what they were getting. And in 1 month, they got 115 inches of rain. Okay, and 115 inches of rain, that is a lot of rain in 1 month. 115 inches is, what is that? That's 3 meters. It's incredible the amount of rain they got. Anyway, that is absolutely crazy. Yeah, rainforest in Sitka, Alaska too. Yep, they do, and this whole region here is very, very wet. Yeah, hard to keep me wood dry, guys. Yep, it is. Anyway, Alberta seeing some more fog, northern Alberta snow, and eastern Alberta some more snow. Going around what I said earlier about the Great Lakes, more snow, lake effect snow and ice rain happening in those places. Chicago looks like they're out of the woods, but Minneapolis and places like that, they're getting nailed all the way through Grand Rapids, Detroit, those places, Cleveland, they're all getting rain, and down in the southern Ontario is getting nailed as well. And out here in Siouxland, holy mackerel, look at this stuff. Ice rain everywhere, and that is horrible, and I hope that moves north of you, Sue. You don't want to have any of that. Whose feet? Well, a foot is 12 inches, and 12 inches is approximately 30 centimeters. So there you go, and that is pretty wild. But yeah, that might be a C&D boys, red slippers there, and I don't know if Arizona Snowman's snow boots. Okay, we'll stay that. 13 feet, size 13. Yeah, Oh. Anyway, we see that go all the way down to just about in Memphis, Tennessee, and upward. We see that whole system through there. We already talked about the West Coast here from Portland on up. They're getting it. But what I had mentioned earlier about this stuff that went through Sacramento, and they had just tons of rain. And I was looking at some videos here. There was snow in some places where the guys were doing snow removal. The snow is piled higher than the houses. And they literally, it looked absolutely bizarre to see these roads cut through, and people's homes were collapsing because of the weight of the snow on it. And you know, to clear the roof of your home, you had to get the snowblower up there and blow it up and off onto the other piles because it was so high. Anyway, lots of rain there in California. So California is not going to burn this year. They're too wet. And looking at what we see, Nevada getting some as well, some snow and some rain and snow mix south of Vegas. And of course, back in Arizona, they're getting more snow as well, probably around Flagstaff and places like that. And it looks like a rain just north of Phoenix. It might be raining at Arizona Snowman's house right now. And we see Tucson has got some rain. Northern Mexico, some rain. And we see along the coast here, not too much down in the Gulf area. And that is not bad. We don't see anything in Florida. And looking at what we see down in Central America, not bad until we get down into Costa Rica and Panama. They've got some rain. And then, of course, down in this region in the rainforest, to be expected. And of course, we see this stuff along the mountains here in Argentina. And that is pretty normal for them, and surprisingly not that much rain in the bottom end of Chile right now, but this system is coming. I'm sure it will. And looking at New Zealand really quickly, we see the South Island is getting some rain, but not anything too heavy. And we see a couple of spots on the North Island, not bad. Right now, that heat wave, of course, pushing in down into Tasmania as well as all of Australia. And maybe some of that rain will push that heat back out, and they'll get a little bit more moisture there. There's the northern area that is north of Brisbane, basically, and they are still getting some rain up in those areas. I'm not sure if this low is the one that was that Ellie, that storm, but I think it might still be. It kind of worked out, came out there, came back, and drifted across. So very interesting. And we see, of course, our Malaysian, Philippines, and Indonesian countries are still getting a lot of rain. Looks a little drier in places like Bangkok and that. So that's not so bad. China, of course, being Japan being fairly cold. They are getting snow in the northern regions again. Doesn't look like too much rain there right now. We did see earlier that they had some clear sky, which wasn't too bad for them. And seeing Kamchatka Peninsula, they'll probably see some more snow up there as well. And looking in the Indian Ocean, we see this 90S storm, and that, of course, is a stormy season for Madagascar. Look out, and we see the double barrels coming here, and that'll move it. Pardon me. That'll move in a little bit more. Anyway, rain in the jungle areas here in Africa, and the northern portions are fairly dry. we do still see a bunch more moisture there in Saudi Arabia. And again, that could, if it gets too cold, they could end up getting some more snow. But they are getting some flooding and stuff there from what I've read. And Turkey, a little bit of snow, and Piggy might be getting a little bit of a rain soon again too. It looks like maybe a little bit, but it doesn't look like a heck of a lot, so not bad for there. Not like over on mainland Greece and going up through some of those areas where you get into Albania and those places, very high amounts of rain. Same thing with along the coastline here of Italy and Rome getting nailed, Sardinia and those places. And we see Spain is getting piles and piles of rain. Same thing with Portugal and going up into our wonderful France area. They are getting some rain there, and then in the snow, of course, in the Alps. And seeing this in the Channel. And of course, Irish Monk reported snow there in Ireland, which is really weird, but it is what it is. Germany, not too bad in the south, northern portions or northwestern portions getting some of that bad weather, and we see some snow flakes in there as well, mostly rain. Amsterdam getting a few millimeters as well. Doesn't look too bad until you get further north. And of course, lots of rain in Denmark. And most of that moisture dropping as snow, and wonderful Norway. And we see that low, that is sitting there. That one, and I don't know where the other low is. There it is here. And I hope that moves up that way and doesn't come across Europe. And half of Iceland is getting a snow, making Iceland a true Iceland again. So that is what we've got for precipitation, and that is pretty cool. Sorry, I'm playing poker and listening. And all right, poker. All right. Hope you're winning. And let's see what else we got. And welcome, Mark. All right, let's take a look for our coldest temperatures. And I did find a minus 43 down here. Minus 43 in Antarctica. I didn't see a minus 44. I searched for it dramatically, but I couldn't see it anyway. Oh, there it is, minus 44. Antarctica, minus 44. I found it. And there it is on the screen, you guys. So, yep, a minus 44, Antarctica. All right, let's go take a look and see what we've got up in Greenland. And hang on, that's Australia. That's not Greenland. We'll never find it there. And right off the bat, we see minus 45 in Greenland. Let's see where else we can go here. And let's see. Yeah, not so bad there. Let's go up a little bit further and see if we can find something a little colder. Oh, I had a minus 46 in here. It was somewhere right in here. There's a minus 46. And do we see a minus 47? No, I don't see a minus 47. Okay, but I know it was colder down here too, so no. I guess I'm going to be stuck with a minus 46 degrees, and that's about as far as I can get. So, yep, I'm going to say a minus 46 for Greenland, and let's take a look at our cold Arctic temperatures, and that should be really chilly, and of course that we find in various places. Sometimes it's right around here, but there's a minus 48 already, and a minus 49. And let's see, what do we want to try to achieve here? Let's see if we can find a minus 50, and that is not there. And let's see, where else can we find colder temps? Not there. A minus 45. Oh, 40 something. 42, 44. What about this island? No. No. Maybe it will check one of these other places. There's a minus 46. There's a minus 47. And let's see, minus 48. Let's zoom in here a little bit and see if we can find something colder than a minus 48. And no, minus 47. Oh, we had a minus 48 right there, so let's see if we can find something just a tad colder. Because I know Sue will probably find something that's like minus 90. Minus 42. Nope, that ain't gonna work. What about up here in the great white north? Minus 41. Nope, that's pretty warm. Minus 48 is our tally so far. So I think my voice is done for tonight. Oh boy. Well, I think I'm going to have to stick with a minus 48 for my cold temp for north of our northern climates here. So a minus 48 for there, and let's see if we can find something a little chillier there in Russia, and that I'm sure will find at least a minus 50. Yeah, if not a little colder. We found minus 52 already. What about along this river? No, minus, oh, hang on, what do we got here? A minus 58, 59. We've seen a 59. That is horribly cold. There's a minus 59. Okay, and that is a very cold minus 59. Do we have anything colder than a minus 59 here? No, I don't see anything that much colder in those areas. Let's see if we can find something. Minus 59 is my coldest so far, so snooping along some of these rivers sometimes works really good. Minus 56. No, that ain't gonna work. Minus 57. And no, I think, oh, minus 58. 59. Come on, show me a minus 60. And no minus 60s yet. Minus 58 again. Siberia is awful cold, you know. Like, I don't know how anyone can survive there. That would be just drastically cold. Pardon me. 55. Let's see if we got something colder right in here. Nope. I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 59 degrees Celsius is what I've got. So we'll leave it as that. So a minus 59 for Antarctica, or sorry, for Siberia. I mean, minus 59 Siberia. And I don't know what Sue got. What did Sue get? Okay, yep, a 44, 46, and a 48. People live in Siberia for 40,000 years. Mars, if you live there, wouldn't you want to get out? And Sue says, oh, my, okay, I beat her in the Antarctic. She beat me in Greenland by a degree. She beat me in the Arctic by 3 degrees. And another 3 degrees in Siberia, minus 62. Holy macaroni. That is a very cold, minus 62. And that's not counting windshield. You know, if you add a wind chill factor to it. Now, remember, folks, this is in Celsius. So if you convert that to Fahrenheit, that is like minus 80 something Fahrenheit, minus 62 Celsius. That is just way too cold. Anyway, let's leave it as that. And that looks good. Sue, you win. You whooped me again with those awesome cold temperatures, and I'll send my airplane down to Antarctica and feed the penguins. You can go feed those other strange animals there in the cold climates, which is pretty bad. Took an hour to find those cold temps. Wow. That is a lot to find those, and very cool. So anyway, awesome, and thank you for helping out and playing that wonderful game. That is really cool. And yep, Sharon Stewart gives the trophy to Sue, and Sue deserves it. So Sue can get her airplane going and do her thing. Scanning the whole country. Yep. And anyway, it is time to wrap things up, you guys. I need to go get some supper and all that nice stuff. So I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you. Of course, I've got the lava on the screen. I see we are on my screen here at 99 likes. That is pretty awesome. It probably shows 100 on somebody else's, but if there's anyone who hasn't hit that like button yet, please do consider doing that. Welcome, Mona Alfano. I didn't see you earlier. Anyway, I want to say a big thank you to our super chatters and supporters here. That is all of you that are supporters, every last one of you that has come in here. And whether you're a member or just a regular person, we do appreciate all of you. And I want to say a special thank you to our gifters, as well as our people who threw in super chats. So thank you, Irish Monk, for gifting that one membership, and then Peggy for the super chat, and then Irish Monk for 2 super chats there. And Oz as well for the 2 super chats. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful support. It really does help out. And thank you kindly. I really appreciate it. For the rest of you out there, thank you everyone for being here. and hope you all have a wonderful day or night or evening or a morning, and please stay safe, and please, most of all, do what I always say: make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and we'll see everyone tomorrow on Tuesday. So good night, or good morning, or good day, guten Abend, guten Morgen, or let's see, bonsoir, bonjour, or dobre den, dobre wieczór, dobre utro. And I don't know what other languages I need to throw it into. Anyway, thank you everyone, and have yourselves a wonderful night or a day, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, and a big thank you to our moderators, Piggy, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and Bob, a C&D boy, and Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas, and Namaste, and buenas noches, buenos dias, and buenos, what is morning? I don't know. Buenos dias is good day anyway. So thanks, Mona. Anyway, be good and take care of yourselves, and we'll see everyone tomorrow and our next wonderful VolcanoX live stream. Good night, everyone, and oink oink.